At kunne høre meg nå. Jeg mister nettet hele tiden.
And behind him, the whole city's burning. So you had the whack job governor who ran for vice president, made a fool out of himself. You would have had, I'd say that's it. I'd say that's it. So the bottom line is, these are very tough people that are trained in a thing called common sense, and they're also trained in doing what we're talking about right now. And you watch crime stop, but you wouldn't have Los Angeles. It wouldn't be existent today. We would have had to cancel the Olympics if I let that go on.
Will you pressure Israel to allow journalists to get a sense to cover the humanitarian efforts the U.S. is pursuing? And
I'd like to see that happen too.
yeah, was it pressure?
I would like to see it happen. I would be very fine with journalists going. It's a very dangerous position to be in, as you know, if you're a journalist, but I would like to see it.
And terms, Brazil, Mexico, Latin America are getting closer to China, and they say it's partly because of the territory forcing those countries. Are you concerned that they're getting closer to China?
No, not at all. I'm not concerned at all. They can do what they want. You know, none of them are doing what they want. What we're doing in terms of economics, we're blowing everyone away, including China. We're doing better than Brazil has been a horrible trading partner in terms of tariffs. As you know, they charge us tremendous tariffs, far, far more than we were charging. We were charging anything, essentially. And Brazil has some very bad laws happening where they took a president and they put him in jail, or they tried to jail him, and I happen to know the man. And I will tell you, like, I'm pretty good at people. I think he's an honest man. I think what they've done, this is an electric. This is really a political execution that they're trying to do with Bolsonaro. I think that's terrible. But they also treated us very badly as trading partners for many, many years. One of the worst. One of the worst countries on earth were that. They charged tremendous tariffs and they made it very difficult to do anything. So now they're being charged 50% tariffs. And they're not happy, but that's the way it goes.
Mr. Mayor, on DC crime, are you concerned at all that some federal officers that are helping DC police might be being pulled away from other
Like what? Like they'll stop terrorism as part of what they're doing right. The soldiers that we have, first of all, we have plenty of them, long beyond what they need here. We're just using a very small force. You know, in Washington, D.C., they have thousands of police, and a lot of police, but the police weren't allowed to do their job. We have a lot of great ones, and you have some that weren't so good, to be honest, but they weren't allowed to do their job. But now they are allowed to do their job. Essentially, it's only 2 days, but if you look at the numbers already, they're dropping. No, they're not being pulled up.
About crime statistics, police are manipulating crime data to downplay crime in DC. Will the administration release its own crime statistics to counter their misinformation? And will those individuals or potentially that's representing crime data and fudging the books, like you said, be penalized for endangering the public?
They are under investigation right now. They are giving us phony crime stats, just like they gave other stats in the financial world, but they're phony crime stats. And Washington, D.C. is at its worst point. And it will soon be at its best point. You're going to have a very safe, you're going to have a crime-free city. I mean, I say that, you're going to have a virtually crime-free city. And these are strong men, and the criminals are strong men and women, strong men. And these are people that don't play games. We're not playing games. These are criminals we're dealing with. And they treated people, they took one of the people that worked for us the other day, you saw the beating, the pounding, 10 against 1. And they pounded the hell out of him. He's lucky to be alive. He's barely, almost killed. And we're not gonna have that happen, please.
Tulsi Gabbard declassified more documents last night related to the Russiagate hoax.
She's doing a great job, by the way. That was another fake story. I'm very happy with the job she's doing. That's right, they declassified some terrible documents talking about Democrats.
James Clappers and the officials saying that it would be a clean sport to push the debunked in the XCA report and that it might lead them to compromise on their normal modalities. What's your reaction to the latest declassification and in your view, sir, what does real
It's incredible what we're finding. absolute proof of guilt, and we'll see what happens. Clapper and Comey and a whole group of criminals, the criminals, and they made it very tough. You know, they did the fake Russia, witch hunt for 2 years, and I got totally exonerated. There was no doubt about it. They should have done it in 1 day, not 2 years. But it was a whole scheme to try and demean Trump so that I couldn't win an election. That is a criminal group of people. They're sick people. They're criminals, and they should be taken care of. Well, he came to our country, and I heard CNN fake news talking about it. That was a big win for him. Normally, he would say the opposite. But they said, oh, it's a big win that he came here. Normally, we would say the opposite. I think that President Putin would like to see a deal. I think if I weren't president, he would take over all of Ukraine. It's a war that should have never happened. If I weren't president, in my opinion, he would much rather take over all of Ukraine. But he is president, and he's not going to mess around with me.
You think NATO troops being more countries like Poland in order to get.
That hasn't been put before me, and I'll think about that for later, but it has not been tomorrow. Well, tomorrow we'll see. I'd say, you know, I don't know where that comes from. So, not a good question. I would say that tomorrow, all I want to do is set the table for the next meeting, which should happen shortly. I'd like to see it happen very quickly, very shortly after this meeting. I'd like to see it actually happen, maybe in Alaska where we just stay because it's so much easier. But I think that, I think it's going to be very interesting. We'll find out where everybody stands. And we'll know within the first 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, or 5 minutes, whether or not we're going to have a good meeting or a bad meeting. And if it's a bad meeting, it'll end very quickly. And if it's a good meeting, we're going to end up getting peace in the pretty near future. Okay? How about one more?
Thank you, Mr. President. On the Smithsonian, I know that your administration is taking out a lot of this left that's in the museums, but we're seeing from people like Brian Stelter or other commentators that they're insinuating that you were trying to change history according to a narrative. What's your response to that, and is there anything you can do?
Well, we want the museums to treat our country fairly. We want the museums to talk about the history of our country in a fair manner, not in a woke manner or a racist manner, which is what many of them, not all of them, but many of them are doing. Our museums have an obligation to represent what happened in our country over the years, good and bad, but what happened over the years in an accurate way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President. Thank you, President. Thanks, guys. And out here. Thank you, President. Thanks, guys. Keep going. Keep going. Thanks, guys. Thanks, guys. Thank you, Press. Thanks, guys. Thank you, Press. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Fy faen, det er samme hver dag. Det er ikke nytt nå.
You've got, Dr. Bloomberg headquarters. He did take questions on a lot of things, but we should remind everybody that he started speaking about Social Security, which we know in the past we've heard from the Treasury Secretary talk about the possibility of privatization for Social Security. So I feel like some reassuring words, perhaps, maybe, from the president in terms of the nation's Social Security system. He talked about the stock market and more.
He did, including talking about Brazil, but also about tomorrow's meeting. He said the more important meeting will be the second meeting that we're having. He said we're going to have a meeting with President Putin, President Zelensky, myself, and maybe we'll bring some of the European leaders along, maybe not. Carol, he said, I don't know. That's going to happen. It's going to be very important. We're going to see what happens.
It's certainly front and center for us, and we're going to actually talk about the macro, the geopolitical. We've got a great guest with us, the Minister of Finance for New Zealand, Nicola Willis, will be with us. We also have to talk about the inflation print today because we had a narrative yesterday off of CPI, Tim, and we have a new narrative off of today's PPI.
Yeah, he did say, the president did say the inflation numbers came in perfect, but
it's not 2%.
no, and also if you look at what happened with PPI today, I think a lot would argue that's not necessarily the direction that you want to see.
We're also going to talk a little bit about specialty insurance. They're probably watching the rates market as well. So we've got the CEO of Access Capital Holdings. Right now, though, we want to stay with what we just heard from the president, an array of topics. We've got with us our own Jenny Welch. She is with us, joining us from our bureau in the nation's capital. She is Bloomberg Economics Chief Geoeconomics Analyst. Jenny, good to have you back with us. There was a lot from the president. I'm always curious because he certainly says things that might be straight as opinion or thoughts and speculation about things. What is it that from what we just heard from the president, anything in terms of new messaging that is something certainly the Bloomberg audience wants to know about?
Well, I think in particular as it relates to geopolitics and the summit taking place tomorrow between him and President Putin, that what especially European partners are likely paying attention to is the fact that he just once again tried to set expectations low for that meeting. But I think the new element was indicating he might be open to having European partners join some sort of subsequent summit that he hopes to be able to arrange between Putin and Ukrainian President Zelensky. I think we would say the odds of that coming together are rather low given Putin's previous opposition to meeting with Zelensky, but nevertheless, that seems to be a goal that Trump is very much keen to get across the finish line in tomorrow's conversation with Putin.
Jennifer, nobody has a crystal ball here, but we're thinking about possible and probable outcomes at this meeting. How are you thinking about these? What could end up happening post-meeting tomorrow?
So we see three broad potential pathways. You know, it's hard to say for sure, so we develop multiple scenarios. I think the first one, and what we consider to be pretty unlikely, is that talks collapse in such a calamitous way that Trump actually feels embarrassed and feels he needs to follow through on his previous threat of sanctions against Russia, which he's been lobbying since he returned to office in January, but hasn't actually. A second potential pathway is that they do make enough progress for Trump to declare victory of the sort and walk back those previous threats, which is probably his preference. But we remain rather skeptical that the two sides will be able to reach some sort of agreement that leads to lasting, sustainable peace. A key reason behind that is that Putin thinks time is on his side and that he's winning on the battlefield, and so his incentives to negotiate are pretty low, which means the third possibility that they agree to something that will actually put them on the path towards a full peace deal with Ukraine, we see is still relatively low at this point in time.
Is there any chance that there is no kind of peace deal worked out in a first or even second meeting that what ultimately happens is the U.S. steps up its efforts and support of Ukraine?
I think there's certainly that possibility out there, and with Zelensky and many of the European partners are hoping that certainly that Trump doesn't make any agreements with Putin without them being there, and if he doesn't agree to anything with Putin that will lead them to the negotiating table as a sort of unified force, that the very least will follow through on this threat to up the pressure on Russia while backing Ukraine stronger. I think my skepticism comes from we've been here multiple times since January and have yet to see Trump actually follow through on this threat. He certainly has a number of sanctions options at his disposal, but they all come with additional risks and costs, especially to the global oil market and to his relationships with other key countries, namely China, which is a major economic partner for Russia.
It's hard not to think about tomorrow's meeting in the context of when we've seen these two leaders meet in the past, and Helsinki in the first term certainly comes to mind, and everything that came along with that. Jennifer, what do we know about the relationship between these two leaders and what we could see, like, and from a negotiating perspective, from a behavioral perspective, from the way that we could see gifts to or from one another?
Yeah, the relationship between these two leaders is of high interest, especially here domestically in the United States, subject to previous inquiries, and I think will continue to be subject to a lot of skepticism. They also have extremely different negotiating styles. Putin is a former KGB intelligence officer. That really shines through in how he approaches diplomacy, focusing on control, psychological manipulation, playing the long game as part of these talks. We've seen him, for example, before play out international negotiations, pretending like he's interested in peace, while continuing to make gains on the battlefield, specifically in Caribbean in 2014 and 2015. With President Trump, he is a deal maker. He comes from New York real estate. He's interested in creating some sort of win for himself, especially something that he can sell publicly. At the same time, he's someone who has shown he's willing to walk away from the table if he doesn't get what he wants. That was apparent in his first term with negotiations with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un. And I think that's something he's trying to sort of put down a marker for what he's willing to do tomorrow. I mean, the question is, will Putin sort of outmatch him and outmaneuver him on that front and be able to provide him some sort of tangible win that Trump says this is a victory, or play into Trump's longstanding skepticism of Ukraine?
We're living in interesting times. A headline just crossing the Bloomberg of a 5.2 mag earthquake, 132 kilometers southwest of Nikolsky, Alaska. So this is just crossing, it looks like probably from the US Geological Service. So I'm just putting it out there because it all kind of is this big whiteboard and it all just connects, doesn't it? Hey, Jenny, one last question. You mentioned about, I think, people moving ahead, forging agreements and so on and so forth. The president was asked specifically about Latin America and China getting closer, cozier. How are you looking at that, continuing to look at how things are changing when it comes to important global relationships? And is the U.S. increasingly being left out, or no? Is the president showing that he definitely has strength and still has a seat at the big table?
Certainly China's efforts to court Latin America and other global South countries are longstanding. I think Beijing is making a lot of this moment where a lot of those countries, in particular Brazil, are facing a heavy weight of U.S. tariffs and trying to gain the most that it can from those relationships, positioning itself as sort of the rock in Trump's storm. I think from the U.S. perspective, and really from Trump's perspective in particular, he has kind of brought back this theme of almost a Monroe Doctrine approach to Latin America, where this is considered the U.S.'s traditional sphere of influence, and he's going to push back on China, especially in places like the Panama Canal that are regarded as kind of strategic choke points. I think for many countries in that region, though, the question is, what is the U.S. going to do to give them an alternative? Because tariffs and sort of the punishment, the stick, might not be enough.
All right, one of our rocks. She is a rock when it comes to what's going on
Too.
at the White House, totally, and putting.
Hold on.
It is that stronger than it. It's rising volume and the U.S. dollar. And traders trimmed bets that the Fed will cut interest rates next month. Man, what a 24 hours we've had. Separate data today also showed U.S. jobless claims edged lower last week. That suggested that employers remain reluctant to lay off workers.
This U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent yesterday on Bloomberg TV and radio again on Fox Business this morning shared his view on U.S. rates and that he's not pushing the U.S. Central Bank on cuts.
I didn't tell the Fed what to do. What I said was that to get to a neutral rate on interest, that would be approximately 150 basis point cut. I did not call for them to get there. The other thing that I said was that perhaps BLS data in June and July, that perhaps a 50 basis point cut in September.
That's U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent earlier today on Fox Business. With more on the U.S. economic backdrop, with us, we have Bloomberg News economics editor Molly Smith. She joins us here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio in New York. Ira Jersey, our Bloomberg Intelligence chief U.S. interest rate strategist. He joins us from Bloomberg Intelligence headquarters in Princeton, in New Jersey. Molly, I want to start with you. The data that we got this morning, the PPI inflation print, it was hotter than expected. Is it bad? It's just a reminder that inflation is still pressuring these businesses?
Yeah, I think that's a fair way to think about it, because if you look at the market reaction after, which, yeah, of course, the stock market's giving up the gains that it had from yesterday, and, treasuries as well, but everyone's still expecting a rate cut next month. Maybe the odds were like 102% before the report, and now they're like 97%. So that hasn't really changed, but yeah, definitely a reminder that inflation is still very much there at the wholesale level, but really what I think the bigger signal was from the report today, there's a part of the PPI report that describes margins, and that's what really drove a lot of the increase. So that's maybe more sign of getting that tariff pass through, that companies aren't absorbing as much of those costs as they were originally.
That's what Tom Morgan of the Fed, I think it's the Richmond Fed, right? Thanks.
Yeah.
Was speaking at a virtual event, and he said that manufacturers are still struggling with margin pressures. Like, it's got to go somewhere. Either we're paying for it, right, or companies are going to pay for it. But there is more a point in consumer sentiment where we kind of get used to it, and we're kind of okay with it. Everybody figures out how to work in a higher cost tariff environment.
Well, that's the thing, though, is that it hasn't really substantially hit consumers yet. And I think that's the concern then, that since there has been so much of companies absorbing a lot of costs so far, yes, we have seen some select goods prices come up in recent months, but it hasn't really been as severe or as widespread as we thought it was going to be. So I think this is more the concern, that if you are in the camp that producer prices are a leading indicator of consumer prices, then that there's more concern that this is going to ripple over to the consumer side.
So, Ira, we've talked about the equity market reaction briefly with Molly. Take us into the rate reaction, not just with today's PPI print, but also what we got with CPI earlier this week. Yeah.
Why do we come in every day, Ira? It just goes nowhere, but anyway.
Well, there's always these short-term gyrations, and obviously we have long-term trends to think about as well. And, to Molly's point, we're no longer pricing the 100% chance of a cut. But keep in mind, when you look at what the options market was doing, particularly after Secretary Bessent's comments yesterday, we actually did have people buying options to pull on a 50 basis point rate cut. So the idea that we, could have a 50 basis point rate cut was predicated on the idea that we have pretty benign inflation measures. And, today's data certainly suggested that maybe there will be some upward pressure on inflation. And that just muddies the waters for both the timing and pace of Fed cuts. So, from the long end of the curve, like the 10-year, 30-year bond, the Fed starting to cut the cuts in November, in September versus October versus December, it doesn't really matter that much. But where are they going to get to? And that hasn't changed at all. They're only going to cut to about 3%. So, unless they're going to cut to 1 or 2.5% or something, the long end of the curve probably isn't going to move it.
All right, is it fair to say that at this point, all bets are still kind of off, only because I think that we have more inflation readings, we have another jobs report before we get with Jackson Hole, Ira, before we actually get to that September meeting?
Yeah, well, all of these things are going to matter, right? And the thing is, Jackson Hole is going to be before we get the PC deflator for July, and before we get those first reads on August. So, we still have a long way to go. So I suspect until then, every single little data point that we get, we're going to see these 5, 6, 7 basis point moves in the front end of the yield curve. Yes, we're on again for 50, or no, we're definitely not getting 25. That's going to keep jumping around, but we're basically going to go nowhere. So someone on my team suggested, hey, people who are selling vol right now on rates might actually make for an interesting trade, because short-term rate volatility, while yes, we're moving 6 basis points today, we're pricing for 6 basis points today. So those are okay.
Molly, anything you want to say in terms of there's a lot to happen or could still happen before that September meeting? meeting. And from what we get from Fed Chair Jay Powell, he sits down with the team and, okay, what are we looking at on that given day?
Right, and like what Ira was just saying, so we've got the PCE print for July coming at the end of this month, and the data today kind of helped to round out a lot of what those estimates will be. Gonna get some more inputs tomorrow with the import-export price index, but a lot of them looking for the core PCE on the annual basis to pick up, so that's definitely gonna be a bit more of a firmer print. And then I think what the Fed is really arguably watching maybe more at this point is more the labor market data. We're gonna get a couple looks at that early in September before that September meeting. You've got the August jobs report on September 5th, and then right after that, perhaps even more fireworks with the benchmark annual revisions that first yesterday.
Så det er botter som tar imot på 800 hele tiden.
We'll definitely get a lot of eyeballs.
What do you make of some of the commentary, Molly, that the payrolls report that this is commentary we've gotten in the last 10 days or so, that the payrolls report is not important anymore because the way the data is gathered.
Nå har Apple gått rett av Nvidia, han bør droppe en 800 da.
Folks, you even have the nominee for to head up the department come out and say, well, maybe we suspend it. This was pre-nomination.
Right.
Maybe we suspend it before and improve the data gathering process before we move forward with it more.
Right, so I would say the jobs report is absolutely still very important, and yes, what you're saying here about EJ Antoni, who's Trump's pick for the next BLS commissioner, who, by the way, is still subject to Senate confirmation, and Senate's out through September right now, so nothing really moving on that front at the moment. But yeah, the payrolls report is definitely still important, and I had a
Kom igjen!
yesterday outlining what a BLS commissioner can and can't do. One of them is that he can't suspend the jobs report. It's
Skal du liksom ta med at det her i dag?
Economic indicators.
Nå faller jo alt.
The acronym that describes it. But by law, data agencies are required to put out those principal reports and the job reports.
All right, good to know. Last question to you, Ira. I do think about the White House, the president, putting pressure on things or saying things with what we have.
Det er så
just
dumt
kind of
at det.
take for granted that
Ja,
we're
så
getting
teit.
economic reports, that the Fed is going to be independent. I am curious, as you watch the rates market, if you're hearing from traders and members of the community, the pressure on the Fed and Fed Chair Jay Powell in particular, and the constant commentary by the president that I'm going to, here's my list of maybe who I'm going to, announce for the next Fed chair, or I'm going to announce it soon. Is that impacting Fed policy? Do they think it will ultimately impact Fed policy, put pressure on Jay Powell to do something that he might not want to do?
Kom igjen, Gull. Rør på litt nå, da.
The president can have his opinion, I think this Fed, until we get more nominees who are points, this particular Fed is going to somewhat cautious about interest rates because they don't want to make the same mistake they made last year. This time last year, the economic data was actually pretty bad. And then they cut rates 50 basis points in September, then the economy turned around. Right? So I think they are worried about inflation. And so unless we get an absolutely terrible jobs data, it's, maybe you can make the case that the Fed is going to cut 25, but cutting more than that, you need to have something established to make the Fed, all of the regular
Ira Jersey, he's Bloomberg Intelligence Chief U.S. Interest Rate Strategist at Bloomberg Intelligence Headquarters in Princeton, New Jersey. Also, big thank you to Bloomberg News Economics editor Molly Smith, who joined us here in the studio. Taking a look at equity markets on this Thursday afternoon. Just about 90 minutes to go until the close of equity trading. The S&P 500 down 0.1%. The Nasdaq down 0.1%. The Dow down 0.2%. The economic data that we got this morning. Everybody's talking about PPI and jobless claims tomorrow, though. Retail sales is what we'll get.
All right, everybody, and we should remind everybody that that PPI number coming in at a 0.9% increase. So it did come in hotter than forecast. Core also coming in hotter as well. Year over year, PPI 3.3%.
Der, ja.
Core is at 3.7%. So it's definitely ticking above
Rett opp igjen.
what the Fed likes to hit in terms of that 2% number. As for the president, just off a press event at the White House. He did say inflation was a number. He said hardly any inflation at all. He also mentioned the stock market soaring, 401k soaring. He also talked about something that is certainly a focal point for us, and that is the meeting between the United States, President Trump, and Russian President Vladimir Putin. The president saying that he thinks President Putin will make peace. And also talked about a second meeting will be more important than tomorrow's, and talked about potentially European officials being part of that meeting. And that's kind of where we want to start. Getting an end to that more than 3.5-year-old war will likely take time and more than one meeting, as we just heard from President Trump moments ago.
We have a meeting with President Putin tomorrow. I think it's going to be a good meeting, but the more important meeting will be the second meeting. Meeting with President Putin, President Zelensky, myself. Maybe we'll bring some of the European leaders on, maybe not. It's going to be very important. We're going to see what happens. I think President Putin will make peace. I think President Zelensky will make peace. We'll see if they can get along. And if they can, it'll be great.
That, of course, was President Trump just earlier this hour, talking from the White House, talking
Vi skal
about
se om Putin og Zelenskyj kan komme overens. Er han dum i huet, eller?
European leaders in.
Han hadde vært Zelenskyj, hadde faen meg skutt den i panna.
Peace, he also said he thinks President Zelensky of Ukraine will make peace. So
Helt
we're
idiot.
going to be watching that certainly tomorrow. All right, let's get to our guest, because this is kind of our big backdrop. And welcome to our studio. She's been feasted.
Du stopper på 23,800 hver jævla gang, ass. Jeg vil ha den under her.
Joining us here in studio. Thank you for your patience. Welcome, welcome. How do you see kind of the macro environment? There's so much going on for so many different countries. We have a very active White House. We call it an activist White House. And I'm just curious, how would you describe the state of world affairs today?
Well, I think that there's considerable uncertainty in world affairs today. There were once things that were given and were very predictable. We are now seeing the volatility in policy decision making, which has implications for investors and for sovereigns in terms of the way that we go about things. For our part in New Zealand, we tend to want to be a beacon of stability in the midst of all of that, to say, you know what, we're going to continue to be rules-based. We have low, stable inflation, declining interest rates, we're going for growth, we trade with many countries around the world, wish to continue to pursue freer trading relationships, we have prospects for growth. And so we aim to be stable, predictable, we have secure institutions, and we think those things will be at a premium in the coming years as there is more volatility.
Mr. Willis, whenever we have officials from other countries visiting the U.S., which is a big part of your job, we always ask the question about a particular trip. Why are you in New York right now? Why are you visiting us right now?
We're here because we value very much both our economic and security relationship with the United States. And I'm pursuing more economic growth for New Zealand and New Zealanders. And we believe it's in the interests of both of our countries to forge stronger trade and investment ties in pursuit of that.
So how does that work in an America First environment, in an environment from Washington, D.C., where the communication has been very strongly, this is an administration that is looking at the priorities of the U.S., whether or not it affects other countries in a negative way?
Well, quite simply, our proposition is it's in the United States' interests to have a strong and growing relationship with New Zealand. We're part of the Five Eyes Security Partnership, along with Canada, the United Kingdom, and Australia, and we continue to believe that's very important for the United States. We also have a very complementary trade relationship. We export primary products, tech services, which Americans value, and equally we import significant amounts from the United States. And we'll continue to do so. We, like many countries, are increasing our investment in defence, and it's likely that some of the kit that we will be purchasing in the future will be manufactured in the United States. Similarly, when our national airline replaces its fleet, it's likely that some of those planes will be produced in America. We have very strong and long-standing people-to-people ties. Our two countries have got along well for many, many decades, and we think it is in the interests of both countries that New Zealand continue to be a strong relationship with the United States, not to rely on.
So is this White House though impacting the relationship, the strong relationship that New Zealand has had with the United States in any way?
We continue to view the United States as our friends. Now, of course, we would prefer not to be facing additional tariffs. Find me a country that says, yeah, we really like additional tariffs. And we're not in that situation. And we have a history of pursuing freer trade agreements. We have very, very low trade barriers for United States imports. And we feel we've treated American exporters very well. So we would prefer to be on a lower tariff rate. We ended up at 15% as a base rate, which reflects the fact we have a small trade surplus with the United States. We're talking very marginal New Zealand dollars, 500 million. So it isn't big. We don't really.
But it's disappointing that it wasn't maybe the 10% that folks were thinking
We would have preferred that. We understand the rule that's been applied. But it's hard to conceive that New Zealand, a country of 5 million people, is any kind of threat to the manufacturing or industrial base of America.
Does it leave though, and I guess we're trying to figure out, we talk a lot about the geopolitical world order being changing around. We talked about, the president was just asked about maybe closer ties between China and Latin America. China already has a presence, we know, in Latin America, but maybe they are increased as a result of what's going on. Are you forging different relationships because of some of the strained relationships out of the United States, or strained relations out of the US?
I wouldn't characterize it that way. New Zealand has always looked to forge relationships around the world and to reinforce the rules-based system wherever we can, and to work through multilateral institutions because we're small and our voice will never be the loudest. Like the United States, we have a strong, important economic relationship with China that we've been able to maintain while also taking very different points of view on many matters, and we've been able to balance those two things.
So not strengthening them with China because of maybe what's going on?
No, I would not characterize it that way, but continuing to lean into our relationships where we have common interests. So we are members, for example, of the CPTPP trade relationship, and we have welcomed the EU's interest in becoming a dialogue partner and looking to reinforce that trade arrangement. We've recently signed free trade agreements with the United Kingdom, with the European Union. They're important. With the GCC, the UAE, we're pursuing a trade relationship with India. We think it's very important as a small exporting country that we have options in who we trade with. Wherever possible, try and open more doors. We've got a grand history of doing that. We were one of the first countries in the world to drop subsidies to ensure that we were genuinely open to the world. We won't get rich selling to ourselves. We're too small for that. So we do well in the world.
Ja, hun hadde veldig slitsom stemme, sånn harkestemme, liksom, og sånn hest.
Not on this trip, 36 hours early, I'm afraid, but I look forward to returning to Washington later this year for some of the annual meetings. And at that point, I would hope to meet with some people from the administration.
At that point, will part of your job be to try to reduce the 15% tariff on goods from New Zealand?
Well, we're realistic about the fact that the Trump administration has set a clear parameter that countries that have surpluses are unlikely to get reductions in their tariffs. But we will continue to advance our case, which is that we have a very complementary trade relationship with the United States built on a security partnership and a very long history. And we will press the case for our exporters that we think be fairly facing a lower rate. We will continue to share that message with our friends in the United States to make sure that if there is reconsideration of the current tariff regime in the future, that we're front of the line for reconsideration. We think we should be. We're Kiwis. We play fair. We play by the rules. We sell you Sauvignon Blanc tourism experiences and lean red meat that Americans love. And we would like you to be getting it at fair prices into the future, and a lower tariff rate supports that. And we expect to continue buying huge amounts of American goods into the future. So there's nothing to fear from giving New Zealand a lower tariff rate in the future.
You're also great sailors. I'm just going to put it out as a fellow sailor myself. We're talking with Nicola Willis. She's Minister of Finance of New Zealand here in our studio at Bloomberg headquarters in New York City. What are you guys doing to encourage foreign direct investment?
Yeah, well, we're very big on this. So we've set up a new entity, Invest New Zealand, to connect international investors with New Zealand. We're reforming our legislation to make it easier for foreign investors to make investments, and administratively we've sped up the process by which they can do that. Particularly, we've introduced golden visas, the Active Investor Plus, which means that investors can can get residency rights in exchange for making investments, either actively or passively in New Zealand assets.
Is it working?
It is working. We've been delighted by the response, a really high degree of interest. Hundreds of people have applied for those visas within the first few months, pledging over $1 billion in New Zealand funds. And I think that reflects two things. One, New Zealand is a safe, secure place in the world, increasingly busily so. And people like the idea of having that residency in New Zealand. But second, they can see that many of our investment opportunities are currently undercapitalized. Investing in New Zealand is a good bet.
Can they buy real estate in New Zealand now if they get residency?
Not currently, that is excluded. Our government, which is comprised of three parties, has been in discussion about loosening those regulations so that those who get an active investor visa may in future be able to purchase a property.
How far
in
into
New
the
Zealand.
future, what are we talking about for a timeline?
Those talks have been underway, and you would expect that a decision would be made by our cabinet in the coming weeks.
Okay, in coming weeks, so Carol, get ready.
A little slice of paradise, you know, we're surrounded by a big fat ocean.
I know.
We have huge amounts of land, it's beautiful. I think the world should be looking at New Zealand. We have great prospects.
Will the US tariffs impact growth in your nation?
Well, as I said, we'd always prefer not to be facing those tariffs, but as a proportion of our overall trade, it is actually quite small. The more significant impact for us is the same as it is for many other countries, which is a lower rate of global growth resulting from tariffs and retaliatory
Are you
tariffs.
worried about a global recession?
Well, no, not a recession, but just a lower rate of potential growth would have otherwise been the case, particularly our trading partners. That benefits prices for our goods and demand for our goods.
I mean, it can slow enough to feel like a recession, right?
It's slow enough to feel like we're not meeting the potential that could otherwise be realised. And that's been reflected in our forecast for the New Zealand economy, in which we did pare down our growth expectations for the future based on what was developing with tariffs. You know, obviously there's a lot of water under the bridge to see how all of this does play out globally, how countries are affected and what it means. For New Zealand's part, we continue to forecast strong growth, low inflation. That will remain the case, but the tariff-free world is one in which we grow faster.
Do you think that might come back in if there's a different president in the White House?
I think countries will always continue to pursue their own interests as they should.
Yeah.
And that's why I will keep singing the song for free trade, because that is in New Zealand's interests.
So glad to have some time with you. Thank you so much, Tim, and I've enjoyed it. Nicola Willis, she's Minister of Finance for New Zealand, right here in our studio.
Okay, let's get an update on today's trade and the top business stories. Charlie Powell.
Hi, thank you very much. Here's what's going on. We do have U.S. stocks trading lower right now. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in red. S&P, little change. There's a pickup in inflation this morning. Lift in bond yields and the dollar. Traders are bearing bets that the Fed will cut rates next month. So here's where we stand now. S&P 500 index down 3 at 64.63. That is a drop of under 0.1%. We've got the Dow Industrials down 69, a decline of just about 0.1%. The Nasdaq Composite Index down 13, a drop of just about 0.1%. On a down day for the rest of the market, our Mag 7 Index pushing higher, up by 0.4%. 10-year, 4.29%, with a 2-year, 3.73%. Gold is down $17 the ounce. Spot gold right now lower by 0.5%. A rally for West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.2%, 64.03 a barrel. And Bitcoin is now slumping by 4%, holding just above $118,000. So again, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red. Peloton Interactive planning its biggest product upgrades in years, including refresh hardware. Peloton Interactive lower by 1%. And Apple's blood oxygen tracking feature for its smartwatches returning to the U.S. After a years-long legal fight. Apple shares today, they are trading lower by 0.2%. Recapping stocks lower, Applied Materials coming up after the close of trading. And for on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, the specialty insurer Access Capital Holdings reported earnings late in July. Second quarter revenue matched street estimates. It was up 13% year over year. Company highlighting AI in its press release. The stock, I should point out, sold off about 3.5% in reaction, but it is up nearly 9% year to date and up 30% in the past year. We have had some news today, so let's get to it with Vince Tizzio, President and CEO of the $7.5 billion market cap company, Axis Capital Holdings. Good to have you back with us. How are you?
Great to be with both of you.
We talked with you in mid-March. A lot's happened since then.
For sure.
How has your role changed?
Well, it hasn't changed. The company is performing exceedingly well. As you mentioned in your outset comments, we had a very strong second quarter, culminating the first 6 months of 25, really well positioned. Today, we announced a planned succession of Pete, my partner, our CFO. We've been working on this collaboratively for a number of months. We're really excited about having Matt join our company in 26.
You're talking about Matthew Kirk, who's going to join the company next year, CFO of NStar Limited. He's been in the business he's been in executive for quite a bit of time, 3 decades. We'll get to a little bit more on that. I want to get to what Carol said about AI and the way that you guys are using AI when it comes to analytics, when it comes to underwriting policies.
Yeah.
What are you doing differently now that you weren't doing a year ago?
And so first, it starts with what's our objective? What's our purpose, right? We want to enrich the experience of our customers, our employees. We want to bring innovation to our policyholders. What does that translate to? It includes bringing in insights through data recognitions that we haven't had access to in our historical past, creating not only predictive insights, but bringing greater predictability to our policyholders.
Does that mean lower costs?
Over time, it can.
Lower
better
costs
risks
for customers?
for customers,
Or
for
higher
policyholders.
margins for you?
It'll be both, right? I mean, it has to be a win-win for it to be sustainable. And so better insureds in terms of risk mitigation will receive the benefit of better price, better term and condition policy.
Do you see the technology removing the role of actuaries at all, or removing headcount at all?
Not at all. Actually,
Not at all.
not at all. Complement. Over time, remains to be seen, Tim, but I think it's a compliment in the early days as we're all pursuing this journey of how predictive the insights can be from using AI. I think the jury's still out in specialty lines.
Well, won't AI make it, Vince, very sensitive in terms of figuring out rates so that if something is a much, or the data perceives it as a much riskier situation, that's going to be a policy that's going to price up, right?
I think it's going to help
So it's going
inform.
to kind of go in
There'll be
both
ebbs and
ways.
flows. There'll be ebbs and flows. And, please recall, these are still early days in specialty lines on the use of AI. This is not a policy that carries generally standard terms and conditions. A lot of what our insureds receive are customized, tailored solutions. And so over time, we'll work at the AI models, the brain of the models, to be responsive to that dynamic, which is quite different from a standard policy.
Talk about that, the cyber marine energy accident. Like, I'm a boater, and it can be very difficult getting boat insurance right now. And it's really interesting. Sometimes we felt like it didn't take into account that we've been doing this for several decades because it's the size of the boat or something. And it's just interesting that it wasn't very clear in maybe assessing a situation.
Well, for sure. Assessment of risk is one.
I have insurance now.
Yeah, well, good for you.
Always have.
So good for you. We have a marathon program. But in any case, I think, let's talk about your question in a broader context. We're in the third quarter, second month of the third quarter. This is the historical hurricane season for property casualty companies. We're all observant to the 17, 19 predicted storms in the quarter. How we're thinking about the models that we have in place to help our insureds on the quantitative limit that they buy for the protection of themselves. Certainly, it's going to be benefited by the AI journey that we're on. We're able to be more predictive. Yes.
No, forgive me, because I'm just thinking about government data.
Yeah.
And if they're cutting back and don't have the resources or the people to
Yeah.
accumulate that data, and we've talked about that,
No,
certainly
for sure.
in terms of climate, is that a problem?
It certainly has an impact, but to suggest that we're solely reliant on the one model from the government is not the case. We have a wonderful breadth of capabilities in our modeling, and we have our own catastrophe.
Idag är det fan ett tajt marknad.
Cybersecurity. How fast
The-
is that growing?
PPI-tallene tror jeg tok alle på senga.
We talked the last time I was with you about ransomware. Ransomware matters regardless of going away.
I think every time here we're going to be talking about that because each time, even if you come back after a couple of months, there are always new cybersecurity incidents. How do you ensure those?
It's complicated, right? There's a lot of risk diagnostics that we bring. What does that mean? We assess our insured's potential to protect themselves from claims. What does that include? Double authentication factors. What
So
is that?
meaning the insured has to put into practice certain things with their staff to make sure
No doubt.
that they are protecting themselves in order to be, insured against this type of
Yeah.
thing.
Educated consumers are really strong customers. And educated means that they expend training resources to help their employees protect the company from ransomware matters, phishing matters, and the like.
You guys were largely a reinsurer, right? So insurance for insurance companies, you've been pivoting away from catastrophic or catastrophe insurance, more towards specialty. What is the business composition? Give us an idea of what are the policies you're writing,
Sure.
and where's the growth, and where isn't the growth?
As of the second quarter, roughly 77% of our revenue came from our insurance business. And you reflected, Carol, before the types of insurance that really comprise that. It's energy, it's D&O, it's cyber, it's excess casualty, primary casualty. The balance is our reinsurance business, and we did pivot a few years ago,
Right.
moving toward a insurer profile. But our reinsurance business is an important business. It has a focus on specialized reinsurance products. What does that mean? Credit, surety, mortgage, cyber, those are important perils that our cedents seek coverage from AXIS to protect against.
All right, we've got to wrap, unfortunately, and you were so patient. We've had a lot of news today, but come back soon.
Okay? Nice to be with you.
Nice to have you. Vince Tizio, President and Chief Executive Officer of Axis Capital Holdings, right here in studio.
I'm Tim Stadebeck, along with Carol Vassar. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move today. With us is Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Emily Perfeo. Emily, lots to choose from today.
Oh, yeah, there were a lot of movers. I picked a American Bellwether company, we can call it Deere, the tractor company, ticker DE. It's actually falling, biggest intraday drop since 2022. It's pared the losses a little bit, but it's still down about 6%. They trimmed their net income forecast for the full year with lower grain prices, curbing farmers' spending. And the company actually came out and said itself, customers remain cautious amid ongoing uncertainty. And then when you look at what the street had to say, Wall Street analysts were a little bit more blunt. The FRA said tariff uncertainty is making farmers cautious in spending decisions. So like you're not going to buy a big tractor if you think all of a sudden
Getting killed.
tariffs are going to hit your business.
Yeah, stock is still up though for the year, about 13%, but man, quite a haircut today.
Yeah, it's about a $9 billion chain in market cap right now.
Yeah, that accounts for something. Hey, talk to us about Tapestry. The ticker is TPR.
Okay, so Tapestry, I feel like was coming back in the news a lot this year because they're the parent company of some brands that we're probably all familiar with, Kate Spade, Coach. Bloomberg News has actually written a lot about how Coach was making really big inroads with Gen Z. That business is actually still doing well. Their earnings came out though, and they forecasted a rough year ahead for the Kate Spade business. And then their EPS forecast missed Wall Street's high expectations. The company also said it's facing greater than expected profit headwind from, guess what, tariffs. So that ticker is TPR, and the stock is down about 14% right now. Biggest intraday drop though since March 2020.
But it's up almost 50% this year.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of profit taking today, and
Yeah.
probably also a little bit of like super high expectations heading into the report.
Do you know
Okay.
what? I have an original black Kate Spade
Whoa.
bag, when she was made, when she was like kind of hand making it, putting her little labels on it.
That's incredible.
I wouldn't tell people that, Carol.
I don't know. I think let Abby
Yeah. Okay. Speaking of stocks that are up, bullish.
Bullish, yeah, good day to be a bull here on this stock, if you guys don't mind the pun. This company IPO'd yesterday and was, they raised over $1 billion in the IPO. It was insane of a day yesterday. It's extending those gains today. It's up about 7% right now. Yesterday, that was up over 200% with their shares doubling
crazy.
from the IPO price. So this is a crypto company. They're also the parent company of CoinDesk, which is a crypto news company, and they also have a digital asset
I don't
exchange.
get it. I'm just gonna, hi, my name is Carolyn, I don't get it.
Well, other people, I guess, in the
Do.
market
That's all that
get in
matters, right?
or want to get in on the momentum and the speculation. It's been a good year for with crypto companies going public, crypto companies being added to the S&P 500 with Coinbase, Circle, the stable company, IPO in June. So it's hot right now to kind of tap into the public markets and get financing.
Better here for IPOs.
Yeah, and Bitcoin is doing so well too, so it's
New
kind
record
of a
yesterday.
perfect storm altogether. Everything together.
Great stuff, guys. always. She's amazing. Emily Buffet joining us here with the Stock Movers. Hey, check out our 5-minute episode of The Biggest Winners and Losers in the Stock Market. Stock Movers, you can find it on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcast. That was just the first hour.
Hey, we got a great couple of hours coming next on the Bloomberg Business Week Daily. If you are sticking with us, Mark Gurman is going to be stopping by because he has exclusive details on what Peloton has up its sleeve, and also, Carol, a big reversal for Apple.
Do not go anywhere. The close coming your way on TV to the night continuing on the Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
Its meeting tomorrow with Russia's Vladimir Putin. President Trump said if we can get the war solved, we'll be very happy. The Kenyan reports.
I would say that tomorrow, all I want to do is set the table for the next meeting, which should happen shortly.
Speaking to reporters in the Oval Office, President Trump said this meeting aimed at ending the war in Ukraine could really go either way.
We're going to find out where everybody stands, and I'll know within the first 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, or 5 minutes. We intend to find out whether or not we're going to have a good meeting or a bad meeting.
Earlier, the president said he expects to speak with Ukrainian President Zelensky as soon as he wraps up his discussions with President Putin. Lydia Kenyon, CBS News, the White House. Trump said his administration will have crime under control in Washington, D.C. very quickly.
Sadly, what I guess the mayor did, whoever it was, they asked the guns to be fudged so that it would show less crime. The fact is, it's worse than it's ever been.
The city's police chief now says the district will increase cooperation with immigration officials. And near the Kennedy Center, a homeless encampment is being bulldozed. In California, the governor is calling for a November 4th special election on a redistricting plan to have more Democratic House seats. Mike DeWald reports.
The move by Governor Gavin Newsom will require voter approval, and it doesn't come without risk. Even some Democrats are worried. Democratic strategist Stephen Maviglio says if it works, it could vault Newsom's presidential aspirations, but it could also backfire.
Well, the best case would be for Texas to drop what it's doing, but I don't think that's going to happen.
GOP strategist Mike Madrid says the move could spur other red states to take similar steps as Texas.
Well, it's extremely risky, legally, ethically, morally, and politically.
Mike DeWald for CBS News, San Francisco.
Tropical storm Erin could intensify into a hurricane soon and then a major hurricane. The good news from meteorologist Craig Allen.
There is good consensus that the storm will turn northwest and then north and run through the area between the east coast of the United States and Bermuda. So right now, it does not appear that there would be a direct landfalling system.
Air Canada is canceling hundreds of flights tomorrow ahead of a flight attendant strike this weekend. Chief Operating Officer Mark Nasser.
We have begun this morning a gradual suspension of Air Canada and Air Canada route operations. All flights will be paused by Saturday early morning.
At least 100,000 customers will be impacted tomorrow. On Wall Street, stocks are lower. The Dow off 61. This is CBS News. A historic document's been returned to its rightful owner. His conquests were legendary. Even Neil Young sang about them. Nearly 5 centuries after Hernan Cortez signed it and someone swiped it from Mexico's National Archives, the FBI has returned a priceless manuscript page. The theft was discovered in 1993 while Mexican archivists were microfilming their collection of documents signed by Cortez. Mexico requested help from the FBI art crime team last year. The agency isn't saying where they found it, but New York City Police, the Justice Department, and the Mexican government were all involved. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News. Eli Lilly will raise the price of its weight loss treatment Mounjaro in the UK by 170%. The White House has been pushing drug makers to raise medicine prices in Europe to allow for price cuts here in the U.S. I'm Kevin McCormick, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Vassar and Tim
Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Gul prøver å stikke av litt.
Automating for your customers? What is it that they want automated?
Absolutely. So Creatia, as a reminder, is a no-code agentic platform. When I say agentic, meaning that we automated with applications, but also with agents, and we automate CRM, mostly customer front office workflows, marketing, sales, service, but also middle office operations and workflows like customer onboarding, employee onboarding, loan origination, all kinds of processes.
Okay, time out. All right, CRM, customer relationship management, I understand, helping companies deal with their customers, but talk to us about onboarding, is that means about customer acquisition? Kind of break it down for us so that somebody listening is like, oh, okay, that's what they do for customers.
Think about a bank or a credit union when you open a new account, for example, at credit union or a bank. The whole onboarding process starts, right? KYC, know your client, and all different checks and compliance checks and filling in all the data about clients and then communicating with your clients. So all of that is automated on the workflow platform of Creatia, agentic platform, partially with a couple of agents today. At least is what helps my example banks the efficiency, and partially with traditional applications.
When does it help us customers, we customers? Because man, I am so tired of filling out so much stuff.
You just have to remember your password.
Well, yeah, that's another thing, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I feel like I'm constantly filling out wherever I go, the same stuff over and over and over again.
I want single sign-on for everything. I will say one thing that's great about working here, among many things, is we have the single sign-on technology, and I think a lot of companies do. But it's like, it doesn't matter if we're logging into, I'm not gonna name the third-party services, but you know them all.
Yeah.
We use the same single sign-on tab. Why aren't we doing that everywhere? I mean, that's not really within your wheelhouse, but you can give me an
It's
answer.
supposed to make it easier, but it just feels like more complicated, at least from this perspective.
And this is a wonderful question, actually, because now we
Havaroy!
regional specificity as well. For example, GDPR compliance, right? Because of all
Jeg så våt I ræva. Jeg sitter her hele dag og bare... Det har vært en veldig sånn spesiell dag, for Trump har pratet masse. Og så fikk du inflasjonstallet som var drithøye. Produsentprisindeksen var veldig, veldig høy. Stikk motsatt av hva CPI-tallene viste I går. Så det som veldig... Eller på foregårs, eller var det går? Jeg husker ikke. Så det som veldig sånn spesielt her nå da, det at nå får du produsentprisindeksen som alt for høy. Den på 3 der. Den har aldri økt så mye som gjort nå på 3 år. Det helt sinnssykt. Det helt sinnssykt. Og det vil si det at tariffene til Trump har begynt å komme inn nå på produsentene, som har sagt hele tiden. Og så på de tallene så bare raste vi ned. Og så går vi rett opp igjen. Og så begynte dollaren å styrke seg, for da ser man for seg, det blir kanskje ikke rentekutt allikevel. Så vi har gått opp hele jævla måneden på at det blir rentekutt. Og så går vi videre opp på at det ikke blir rentekutt. Så folk jo helt skrudd I huet her. Og nå begynner gull å gå på slutten av dagen. Gull skulle begynt å gå med en gang de der PPI-tallene kom, skulle gull begynt å gå. Nå går gull nå da, fordi folk tjukke I huet. Nå har det plutselig skjønt, gull skal gå opp. Så gull kommer til å gå nå. Det tok bare 8 timer for det reagerte på seg. Ellers så har Bessent gått ut I dag og bare jeg sa ikke at vi skulle kutte 150 basispunkter. Jo, Bessent, du sa det I går. Han sa det I går på de CPI-tallene. Så sa Bessent, han anbefalte rentekutt på 150 basispunkter. Og Donald Trump sa det at sjefsøkonomen I Goldman Sachs burde få sparken. Han visste ikke hva han gjorde for noe. I dag kom det inflasjonstall for produksjonsprisindeksen, kom en drithøy. Det vil si, alt som vi har blitt fortalt siste uke, siste måned, bullshit. Alt bare tull. Så problemet her nå, det det at gull burde gå, og så burde egentlig indeksen komme ned. For nå får de ikke de jævla rentekuttene som man snakker om. De får kanskje 1, kanskje 2, får ikke mer. Inflasjonen stiger. Det det siste du vil ha i USA. Hvis du skal sette ned renta i tillegg, da får du faen meg stagflasjon. Så Bessent gikk ut i dag og sa, nei, det var ikke det han mente. Han sa at han kanskje mente at de skulle sette ned renta. Jævla grønnsak, ass. Han sa i går, sette ned renta med 150 basispunkter. Han anbefalte Fed å gjøre det. Og så trua den Powell med å saksøke Powell, eller Donald Trump trua med å saksøke Powell. Har alle glemt det? Han skulle saksøke Powell med $50 millioner. Det skulle han gjøre i går og foregårs. Fordi Powell sa at inflasjonen stiger. Så kom tallene i dag og bekrefter det de har sagt, at inflasjonen stiger. Skjønner du hvor galt dette eller? Jeg blir helt matt, jeg. Og nå kommer sikkert gull til å stikke av med $10. Og så sitter vi her og bare tør ikke gjøre noe, for den falt så mye. Det bare sånn helt tullete. Jeg blir provosert. Men koa går bra, da. Det bra. Koa går bra. Nå har DB snudd seg og angrer på at de har sagt short. De var så tullebukker. De var så søte. Nei, koa går konkurs! Og så kommer koa med tall og bare, fuck. Det gikk plutselig bedre enn ventet allikevel. Ja, herregud, hva skal man si til sånne ting? Jeg har ikke ord, jeg gir opp. Ja, fy faen, gull gikk noe helt jævlig natt, var oppe på 75. Men jeg sovna, jeg var så sliten, så jeg fikk ikke det med meg da. Jeg våknet opp i dag til og bare, helvete, var vi helt oppe på 75. Banan, det verre enn noensinne. Donald Trump verre enn noensinne. Jeg helt overbevist, vi kommer til å tjene en formue på gull. Men folk må bare skjønne hva tall betyr for noe. Det ikke min skyld at ikke de skjønner at PPI-tallene betyr høy inflasjon. Hva skal jeg si på det? Det ikke min skyld. PPI-tallene var liksom det høyeste på 3 år, og så lurer folk på, det dumt? Nei, du, jeg vet ikke. Det derfor du kjøper gull. Det nesten ene og rene hvorfor du kjøper gull. Du kjøper gull på grunn av inflasjon. Det det tryggeste du har, liksom. Det gull. Gull skal ikke gå ned på det. Og jeg vet jo hvorfor det kom ned, for de ser for seg da at dollaren styrker seg på grunn av det blir ikke rentekutt. Men det blir rentekutt. Det blir bare ikke så mange rentekutt. Og så kommer dollaren til å gå ned igjen. For da begynner folk å skjønne, sånn som du ser nå begynner dollaren å gå ned igjen. For da begynner folk å skjønne, faen, ok, det blir rentekutt likevel. Ja, for det bakt inn i indeksen. Det derfor indeksen har gått så mye. Det bakt inn. Det blir rentekutt. Det blir kanskje 1 eller 2 rentekutt, men det innbakt i indeksen og på bondsene. Og det som i krisen nå da, at flere av de der bondsmeglerne, jeg vet ikke om dere vil høre dette her, flere av de bondsmeglerne i går hørte på Bessent når han sa det at, han rådet Fed å kutte ned til 150 basispunkter, så var det flere bondsmeglere i går som kjøpte og bindte renten på 50 år i går på bonds. Så det helt krise da. Og i dag så begynte Bessent å stamme bare, det var ikke det jeg sa, jeg mente ikke det sånn, jeg mente sånn. Altså, The White House nå er helt ute og kjører, for den inflasjonen som kom i dag var helt katastrofe. Det kommer de til å skjønne i morgen, de kommer til å skjønne det til uka. Finn, det er helt riktig. Eller så kan du høre på makrotall, og så kan du gjøre traden 3 dager senere, for da har folk skjønt hva faen ting betyr. Og sånn som det greiene han skal gjøre i morgen, han skal møte Putin uten Zelensky. Og hva er det for noe? Og så skal man nytt møte med Putin og Zelensky sammen. Bare sånn, hæ? Det er ingen som reagerer på det, liksom. Han er faen meg blitt en diktator. Denne Nvidiaen også, den ødelegger hele indeksen. Det går ikke an å trade indeksen lenger. Den går hver eneste dag. Det vil sikkert røre litt på gull, men spørsmålet er om folk tror på det, for det møtet i morgen blir ikke vellykket, det kan jeg si til deg. Han kommer til å si at den er vellykket, så kommer han til å si at det er fred, sånn som han har sagt de 3 andre gangene han har hatt møte med Putin. Da har han jo sagt hver gang at det er fred rett rundt hjørnet. Det er jo det han sier. Han sier jo det er fred hele tiden. Og så går det 3 timer, så har Putin fyrt av en kraftsalve nede i Kiev, eller hva faen heter det for noe. Det har skjedd hver eneste gang. Og der gikk alle indeksene i grønt. Wall Street har hentet seg inn med 300 poeng. Og Nasdaq har hentet seg inn med 200 poeng. Det er ganske utrolig. Og det er de høyeste inflasjonstallene på 3 år som vi fikk i dag. Og likevel så skjønner ikke markedet en dritt. For de kjøper alt som faller, kjøpes. Bare tull. Det som er annerledes nå da, kontra et halvt års tid tilbake, er det at nå er faktisk inflasjonen på vei opp. Vi har hatt inflasjon som har liksom vært sånn sakte, og så har vi hatt Trump, og så har vi hatt tariffer, og så har vi hatt krig, og så har vi hatt alt det greiene der, som har gjort at markedet har blitt fulet hver gang, for Trump har sagt kjøp aksjer, alt er bra, kjøp aksjer. Og nå ser vi at ting ikke er bra. Nå kommer det inn tall som viser at det er ikke bra. Det er forskjellen nå. Trump kan ikke tulle ned de tariffgreiene. Nå har han jo tullet med tariff 3 ganger med Kina. Han har sagt at sist gang så sa han hadde avtalen med Kina i London. Da gikk markedet opp 1000 poeng på det han sa. Han skrev på Truth Social, verdens beste deal, vi har en avtale med kineserne. Og så sa Bessent, ja, vi har en avtale med kineserne. Det her er 3 uker siden cirka, eller 4 uker siden. Og i forgårs så utsatte han tariffene med 90 nye dager. Så da var ikke det møtet med Kina sant. Da var det piss. Det var ikke noe avtale med Kina. Og så faen kan du tro på noe det han sier. Det er bare tull.
Recession lows. The Dow's only down 4 points. S&Ps are higher by 2. NASDAQ is only lower by 2. The U.S. 10-year yield is at 4.29. Gold is in the red. Oil is in the green. But Bitcoin, that's lower by 4%.
Among the main 11 SB sectors, leaders from consumer discretionary and healthcare, materials and industrials were under pressure, and leaders to the upside in the Dow, Amazon and McDonald's, while Home Depot fell 1.6% and went to the downside. After earnings, Tapestry fell 15%, Deere dropped 6%, and in the IPO space, Miami International opened at 3165. The IPO was priced at 23. In the tech space, NVIDIA says their Rubin chip is on track. And wrapping things up, Applied Materials reports after the bell. Live from the first breaking news desk on Bill Malone Show. David, thank you very much. Bill Malone, and you're live breaking news over your Bloomberg Types broadcast. QUA on your Bloomberg Terminal chart. So, Bloomberg Business Flash. This is not a toy. Honey, please, have a good one. Rebels.
Drive to the close on Bloomberg Radio. All right, everybody, just
Men jeg lurer på folk bare kjøper AI, altså de samme aksjene helt til, for det er det eneste man kan kjøpe. Jeg lurer på om det er greia, altså. Du kan jo ikke kjøpe noe annet her.
We've asked this question.
but it's just kind of interesting.
Shares of Intel jumping to a session high right now, up as much as 8.9%. This story by Ryan Gould, Josh Wingrove, and Leanna Baker. The Trump administration is in talks with Intel to have the U.S. government potentially take a stake in the beleaguered chipmaker, helping support the company's
Herregud.
to expand.
White House skal inn og kjøpe eierandeler i Intel. Og Intel sa Donald Trump for 4 dager siden, sa han at han var tilbakestående, helt idiot. Så hadde Intel møte med Trump i forgårs, og da sa han at han sjefen i Intel var fantastisk. Og nå er Intel opp 8%, for White House er interessert i å kjøpe. Jeg trodde ikke de kunne gjøre det. Det skjedde ingenting. Taking stake in Intel hæ? Ser dere det jeg ser? Jeg skjønner ingenting. Trump administration said to discuss US taking stake in Intel. Ser dere det jeg ser? Er det noen som ser det jeg ser?
In that company. I think then we get the news that AMD and NVIDIA are having participation from the United States in revenue sharing from sales of certain chips in China. It's a new era.
Right, in order, do they call it an excise tax or export tax in the end?
I don't know what
The
you call it.
concept is in order to sell, you have to kind of pay some kind of fee.
Er det tilfeldig at hver gang markedet begynner å falle, så kommer de med en eller annen sånn der psykomelding på markedet? Tror du det er tilfeldig? Tror du det er tilfeldig? At PP i et eller annet dag var dårlig, at markedet kom ned, og så kommer de faen meg ut med å skal kjøpe aksjer i Intel? Herregud, ass. Da kan jo markedet gå mer, da, for da tror sikkert folk nå at White House skal begynne å kjøpe aksjer i Nvidia, aksjer i AMD, aksjer i alt, plutselig. Her går jo ikke an å trade, det går ikke an å trade lenger, vet du.
Sarah, this was not on your radar for discussing today, but that's not going to stop
Herregud.
me from asking you about it. I know you are nimble on this stuff, being a former reporter here at Bloomberg News, I think it's fair to say. So what do you make of just the big picture of the, quote-unquote industrial policy of the United States under the Trump administration? This is something that that's new to investors in the U.S. and they're kind of having to deal with.
No, this has been a very big week in terms of news related to the presidential administration of the United States and their view on U.S. tech. As I heard Steve Carroll reading off the headlines,
my mind immediately went to the news from earlier this week about NVIDIA and AMD as you know,
Jeg orker ikke mer, ass.
you know, there's a lot of information to learn and to glean to see how these relationships are going to pan out. But from an investor's standpoint and point of view, you know, what it does show that the administration cares about, you know, U.S. industry and our stance and our strength, I should say, when it comes to chip manufacturing and, you know, being at the top of the helm in the technological industry. And it shows that they support a lot of these
Gull ned til 30%. Det er ikke noen grunn til at gull skal ned dit. Hvis det går ned dit, så er det fordi Donald Trump sier et eller annet. Det er ikke noe grunn til at gull skal falle i det hele tatt.
and, you know, where our country and where our companies stand at the forefront of technology.
På den meldingen med Trump kjøper inn Intel, så gikk Nvidia rett opp. Alphabet gikk rett opp. Meta gikk opp. Broadcom gikk opp. Alt gikk opp på den meldingen fra Trump. Nå tror sikkert folk at de kan kjøpe alt tech-selskaper og holder oppe nå. Jeg er så lei, ass. Det er faen meg ikke en dag fred fra han der jævla feite fuckings presidenthelvete, ass. Faens tulling, jeg blir så irritert.
When it comes to their industries. And so wouldn't that be a fundamental shift perhaps in kind of the corporate government, maybe the investment environment here in the United States?
It certainly could be. It's a fine line to walk. And not that I want to bring up, you know, the crypto industry either, but that's also let's say new, but you know, it's been newly more so embraced by institutional investors and large institutions. And that's another area that the administration has really put themselves at the forefront of. So you're right, it's definitely a change in tack, and it's a very fine line to walk. But at this point in time, I still think it's too early to say. You know, none of us know how involved the administration truly wants to be, and if they're going to be making, you know, decisions at the executive level of the board of the company, whatnot, they're taking the stage. You know, I know that our brilliant reporters at Bloomberg will do a great, you know, great job.
Jeg tror ikke dere skjønner hvor galt dette her ass.
So would you suggest investors buy Intel?
Well, I'm not supposed to speak to individual companies, unfortunately. But I think, look, I will speak to the tech sector at large, and also semiconductor companies at large, especially in the face of the expectations for AI spending, artificial intelligence spending. I think if there's anything that, you know, investors can take away from this prior earnings season, maybe, you know, separate from company commentary up there, you know, these days, in the world that we're living in. But if you look at where the majority of earnings growth and expected earnings growth in the future is coming from, it is from our U.S. tech companies. One statistic that I find absolutely mind-boggling and really amazing is that if you look at S&P 500 earnings estimates growth since the end of 2022, the Magnificent Seven accounts for 2/3 of that. Now, I know those are not all, you know, AI-specific and semiconductor companies, but a lot of them spend a lot on the future of artificial intelligence, as we all know. So I do think, you know, tech as a whole, even though it led on the way up ever since we saw the April market volatility, you know, the April tariff drama, still think that's a good place that investors can look to for solid investment.
Do we need to rethink the way that the U.S. government approaches companies in general? There's a great line in the piece, and we're going to be speaking to Ryan Gould in just a minute about everything Intel and U.S. government. But as we mentioned when we were talking about this, Carol, when the headline just came out, it echoes what we saw from MP Materials, that $400 million price investment from the Department of Defense. And I'm reading from the story here, Sarah. That move turned conventional wisdom on its head among investors, analysts, industry executives, and even longtime government officials in terms of how private industry has dealt with the government. Do we need to rewrite the rules? Do you need to rewrite the rules about what you tell your clients about expectations between public-private partnerships when it comes to publicly traded companies?
It's certainly something that needs to be kept in the back of our mind, especially when we're dealing with an administration, which I think we can all say, pretty fairly, can act on a whim sometimes. May take different social media platforms to put out thoughts and whatnot. So then, if you have an administration that is not only just saying their opinion, but actually owns a piece of the company, and we do have a private-public or a public-private partnership, they have a lot more control, obviously, as a true investor in that company than they would if they were just an unrelated third party. So is it something that we need to keep in the back of our minds and be aware of? Yes, absolutely. Is it something that I think is going to completely change the name of the game when it comes to, strategic investing for our clients, for example? At this point, no, not necessarily.
All right, we're gonna leave it there. Listen, so appreciated, and thanks for going with the flow. You're so used to the news world, and we really appreciate it. Our Sarah Ponzak, she was our Sarah Ponzak. She'll always be our Sarah Ponzak, but she is Senior Vice President Financial Advisor for BB Group in Boca Raton, Florida.
Hey, let's get to the big story that we've been talking about. The Intel shares jumping after our Bloomberg News team reporting that the Trump administration is in talks with Intel to have the U.S. government potentially take a stake in the beleaguered chip maker, helping support the company's effort to expand domestic manufacturing. This, according to people familiar with the plan. The story, the byline, Ryan Gould, Josh Wingrove, and Leanna Baker. Ryan Gould is in here from our deals team. He's deals reporter for Bloomberg News.
Wait, can I just say, what?
I mean, yeah, seriously, what a time to be alive, I guess.
It's shocking.
I mean, it's really a headline. It's quite a statement. I think let's just recap. So Intel shares jumped as much as 8% on this headline. The Trump administration is said to be discussing taking a stake in Intel. I mean, let's just be clear. This is kind of unprecedented. I mean, we kind of saw an example with MP Materials, and you guys talked about it a short while ago. But I mean, if you think about how we if you're an investment banker or a deals lawyer, if you think about, a company that's been in trouble and is looking to rebuild, did you think that the U.S. government would be a source of outside capital to help you, as part of the tool to help this company rebuild? I'm not sure many people did. And here we are, we're looking at, talks that could help Intel rebuild not only its manufacturing presence, but toward a specific area, which is the Ohio plant that even the former CEO, Pat Gelsinger, was kind of seen as a very, very key part of making the Intel great again.
I thought they were pulling back on the Ohio plant. That's what we learned just in recent weeks, recent months from the company's latest report.
That's true, and I think if you listen to the Bhutan Intel CEO,
he visited the White House this
week. He did just days ago on the most recent Intel earnings call. He made it quite clear that this is about sort of right-sizing the house, looking inward.
So how would a deal like this work? I mean, we spoke to Jim Litinsky at MP Materials about the Department of Defense's $400 million investment, and that's certainly, I feel like, Carol, we're referencing that interview all the time now, whether we're talking about industrial policy or we're talking about rare earths. I mean, I think the question that I have is, what would an investment from the United States look like? What control would they have? Is money enough to turn Intel around?
I think the way to really best think about this, and this is based on some conversations that I've had with people who are very in the know, I think if you were to be the US government putting in an X billion-dollar stake or X% stake in Intel,
that's how high you think it could be?
I mean, there's every degree. We don't know yet. We don't yet know. These are very early stages still. It's important to note the White House nor Intel has really commented on the specifics of this. I mean, Intel went as far to say that they are in early stage talks with the government, but I mean, there are no details.
What did you learn about the conversation between President Trump and Intel CEO Lip Bhutan? You saw the social afterwards, right, from the president.
Well, you had the social before from the president that was really critical of him.
Very critical, right? And afterwards it was like, good conversation, interesting background. What happened there?
I think that's I'd love to have been a fly on that room. But what I can tell based on people that I've spoken to, I think it was a very constructive conversation between the two sides. I think there's a lot of respect from the president's part as to what Intel is trying to do under Lip Bhutan. And let's face it, I think if you take a step back and think about who Lip Bhutan is, he's a very, very successful, very accomplished man who really understands how semiconductors work. This is a man who sat on the board of Intel and understood some of the challenges it was facing around manufacturing long before these became apparent in our headlines.
Think about what we were talking about. I wasn't here, Carol, but this story came out a week ago. You were talking about it on there. Here's the post from President Trump just a week ago.
Yeah.
The CEO of Intel is highly conflicted and must resign immediately. There's no other solution to this problem. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
That's why I'm curious, like the turnaround, and we saw it after the meeting. Okay, so if it takes 10 steps to get this done, where are we in that process? If indeed this happens, but
Yeah.
where would you say we are? Are we on step 1, step 2, step 0.5?
I think just given you mentioned the Truth Social posts that
Yeah.
the president made, there were conversations that were going to happen this week with Commerce, with Treasury. I mean, Scott Bessent was here yesterday. He's involved in these conversations. Pat Lutnick, Commerce, is involved in these conversations. This is a government-wide discussion.
So is it 3 steps in, 4 steps in?
Yeah, I think it's really hard to tell. I think
Okay.
based on where we're at, and I think Intel says it's early stage. I think it's probably towards the
Do investors, and then stuck on this line in your story, the move turned conventional wisdom on its head among investors, analysts, industry executives, and even longtime government officials in terms of how private industry has dealt with the government. That's with regard to MP materials investment. Do we need to understand, and do investors need to understand just in 20 seconds, that this is a new era when it comes to government involvement in companies?
For sure, without a doubt, because this is not just MP material. This is US Steel.
Yeah.
To think about what the government with the golden share of US Steel. This is a new age for investment in private industry. When I say private industry, I just mean outside government. And I think this is we're here to witness it.
All hail Ryan Gould and the entire team. Josh Wingrove, Deanna Baker.
Is supported by the European government. I don't know.
You could argue Boeing is too with defense contracts.
Absolutely. Strange world order.
Carol is bowing
Ryan
down.
rocks. Do
Thank
not
you.
go anywhere. We're counting down the closing bell starts now.
Well, Joe Matthew always has a fantastic slate of guests at 1 p.m. and at 5 p.m. Definitely tune in for that.
Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
About 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day, Matt Miller here with Katie Greifeld to help take you through the closing bell. We've got a global simulcast. We're joined now by Carol Massar and Tim Stenevec, bringing together our Bloomberg television, radio, and YouTube audiences worldwide to partake in the most crucial moments of the trading day. And Carol, I've got to say, the biggest headline that I see today is not PPI, but the Trump administration possibly consider taking a stake in Intel.
I was like, my mouth was wide open because I'm trying to pick my jaw off the floor. I mean, oh my God. Intel shares up more than 7% on that news, right? On that news, Matt, that the Trump administration in talks with Intel to make a stake in the company. We just talked with Ryan Gould. It's not happening yet, but it sounds like there's a lot of conversations happening.
It's a new era when it comes to government involvement in American companies. Ryan brought up the example of US Steel and the golden share there. We spoke weeks ago to Jim Matinsky over at MP Materials with that $400 million investment from the Department of Defense. This is completely different. It turns conventional wisdom on its head about the way that investors are thinking about the US government and its role in commerce here.
Yeah, American capitalism and what that actually means. We were also just talking about the sequencing of it all with our own Joe Matthew, talking about this week. We started the week with that news that AMD, NVIDIA might give up 15% of their revenue from China chip sales to the U.S. government. We know that Bill Bhutan met with Donald Trump at the White House. Perhaps this is one of the topics that came up.
Yeah, I think very interesting considering the CHIPS Act has been so harshly criticized by this administration for taking a stake in this company, not typically something that Republicans are behind. Here and see the closing bells on the New York Stock Exchange and NASDAQ markets like the Dow Jones Industrial Average closing unchanged at 44,911. The S&P 500 also unchanged, but at least with a green arrow there, 6468. So holding at record highs for the S&P 500. The NASDAQ, even less change than the other two right now, 21 21,710. That is also holding right around record territory.
Yeah, just quick check on small caps too. We're seeing that index down about 1.25% today's session. But if I go back, Katie, to the S&P 500, most names lower today's session, 360 losing around 141 to the upside.
You know, we were talking about mid caps earlier. Let's talk about sectors though. This is
What index even is that?
It's the S&P 400 Cap Index. Remember that name. Anyway, take a look at sectors right now. It's pretty much a lot of green, a lot of red. What is leading though? Financials today having a good day. So too did consumer discretionary. What isn't doing so hot? Industrials not having a great day, nor did consumer staples, but almost an even split there, Harold.
Do you know what is doing really well today?
I was hoping you'd tell me.
Number one gainer, Intel. Let's go right to it. That stock up as much as almost 9% today, finishing with a 7.4% gain. Again, it's that story that our team just put out about the Trump administration in talks to have the U.S. government potentially take a stake in the beleaguered chip maker, helping support the company's efforts to really expand domestic manufacturing. Again, according to people familiar, maybe we'll go back to gainers, but Matt, you've got some earnings.
Yeah, I mean, since we're on chips, and I know a lot of people watch this show, for the breaking earnings news at the close, we've got Applied Materials coming out with third quarter semiconductor system sales of $5.43 billion. The estimate was for $5.39 billion. The revenue on that level, just a little bit stronger than expected. Net sales were $7.3 billion in total, and that beats the estimate by almost 100 million. 7.21 billion was the estimate. So better than expected on the sales side in terms of getting down to the bottom of the income statement. Adjusted EPS $2.48, and we were looking for 236. So 248 over 236 is a beat for AMAT. And is that enough to move the stock in the after hours trading? Well, it's moving down though. If it beats on the top and bottom line, it should be moving up. We have to dig into this statement to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, pretty negative in terms of the trade that we're seeing here in the after hours. All right, folks, I'm going to go back to some of the stocks on the move here. I mentioned Intel, which was the number one gainer in the S&P 500. Got to talk about some of the IPOs. We've seen some flow this week in a big way. MIAX, ticker is MIAX, having its first day of trading its IPO. The exchange operator became the most recent financial services business to really get a warm welcome on Wall Street. The stock closing with a nearly 34% gain into today's session.
Is it weird? Well, that an exchange operator would go public on another exchange?
You know, Matt, we're living in
It's so meta.
It is.
Am I wrong?
If you're not wrong, what to derivative?
Can you go public from yourself?
Doesn't it play a lot into derivatives and options? Or maybe it's another option.
Yes, you can go public on an exchange, right?
Yeah.
See that?
Nice.
I love the other exchange.
Yeah. So why don't they?
I don't know.
Speaking of exchanges, how about Bullish?
Let's go to Bullish. IPO this week. Well done, well done. That went up another almost 10% in today's session. That's after at its highs yesterday, more than 200%. But really rallying for a second day. So yeah, it's been kind of a good week for IPOs. So it's kind of those that didn't do so well.
Yeah, John Deere tumbling today, down as much as 8.4% earlier in the session, down 6.7% on the day. The company trimming its annual earnings outlook. In fact, lower grain prices are causing struggling farmers to delay buying new machinery. That hitting the company's top line. Deere also saying tariffs, such as those on steel and aluminum, are eating into profits in segments from small agricultural and turf, as well as construction and forestry. The company did estimate that tariff costs for the fiscal year would be $600 million. That's up from a previous estimate of $500 million. Coherent, down 19.6% today. It's the optical materials and semiconductor device company. Shares fell after the company late yesterday gave an outlook that some analysts said was underwhelming. It also said it would sell its aerospace and defense business to Advent for $400 million. Companies that call Coherent the supplier include Cisco, HP, Dell, Nokia, NVIDIA, Apple, and more. And finally, Tapestry, it's the parent company of Coach, Kate Spade, and Stuart Weitzman. Shares fell as much as 18% earlier in the session. Today, down 16% at the end of the day. Tariff costs, weakness when it comes to the Kate Spade brand. The company's Coach brand is still doing well, but President Trump's tariffs weighed on profit on a profit outlook that trailed estimates according to some analysts, Katie.
I will say that Tapestry did have a very high bar to clear. I think coming into share up something like 50 something percent year to date. Actually, they're still higher by 50% year to date. Higher heading into earnings. I do want to quickly talk about Hims and Hers Health dropping after hours by 2.4%. We just got this headline that Hims and Hers is being probed by the FTC over cancellation practices. Don't have much detail beyond that headline, but you can see traders reacting to that in the after hours, showing off by about 2%.
I should point out too that there's a couple of press releases crossing in terms of law firms involved, I guess, class actions against Hims and Hers, and it has to do with false or misleading statements. Hims and Hers was engaged in deceptive promotion, sale of illegitimate knockoff versions of Wegovy, so it gets into kind of their core business. Anyway, there's a lot of detail in there, but it's all starting to trickle out. Let's talk about that.
I dodged a bullet there, right? It's just about to buy that stuff. Take a look at the yields.
There's nothing wrong with the drugs, it's just.
And there's nothing wrong with you, Matt.
These Alzheimer's. Take a look at the bond yields here. We saw a flattening of the curve today. The 2-year yield rising much more than the 30-year yield, but also more than the 5s and the 10s. So 373 basically on the 2s as investors expect less of a cut, let's say, in September than maybe they did yesterday.
Maybe not 50 basis points.
Exactly, maybe not that. But still, I think we're pricing at almost one full cut, right?
All I'm gonna say is, there's a bunch of things to get through. Jackson Hole, some more data reports before we get to.
More jobs, another CPI, another PPI.
Yes, right, exactly. I'm gonna go back to Intel, because it was the number one gainer in the S&P 500, finishing up 7.4% in the regular session. It's up another 1.8% in the aftermarket. Our team of Ryan Gould, Josh Wingrove, and Anna Baker out with the story about the Trump administration considering maybe taking an actual investment stake in Intel. This is according to people that they've talked to.
A question I have is, obviously, an infusion of cash would be huge for the company. Cash is cash, and the question though that I have is it a bigger story about Intel and what Intel needs to do in order to turn itself around? Is cash enough to do that?
There's a lot of questions that I have. I think it's a bigger story for Intel, like you said. It's also a bigger story for just how the U.S. government gets involved with American companies. I mean, this is pretty wild. And you think about all the different ripple effects here, Matt. You could get dizzy.
Republicans today are very different than Republicans in my youth. But look, they don't really need to turn around the company, right? They just need the cash to do the investment that they had been planning on doing before the CHIPS Act got killed. That does it for our cross-platform coverage of the market close on Bloomberg Television, radio, and YouTube. And a reminder that Bloomberg Business Week Daily is now on Bloomberg Originals. We'll be back tomorrow at the same time, same place.
Dere så hva som skjedde nå, ikke sant?
Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus local business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenbeck, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, everybody, yes, indeed, you are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Carol Master, Tim Stenbeck, live at Bloomberg headquarters and in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Top of mind, top story at this hour, it is Intel. The stock was the number one gainer in the S&P 500, popped into that place late in the trading session, a gain of 7.4%, and continues to trade up about 3% here in the aftermarket. I'm just continuing to see it move higher and higher in lots of moves. You know what it is. Ryan Gould, Josh Wingrove, Leanna Baker out with the story about the Trump administration in talks with Intel to have the U.S. government potentially take a stake in the chip makers.
White House skal potensielt gå inn og kjøpe aksjer i Intel.
Intel's plant factory hub in Ohio, according to the people in the know, and they asked.
Og det gjorde at Intel gikk opp med 8%, og markedet gikk rett opp fra å gå ned. Og så stengte markedet, så bare droppet alt. For nå går jo han aktivt inn og skal drive og trade aksjer på amerikansk børs. Hva faen? Altså, det blir jo ikke sykere enn det som skjer nå, altså. Kommer Nasdaq aldri til å komme ned.
Right now in the after hours, moving higher by more than 3%.
Unbelievable. All right, we're gonna switch gears. We're gonna keep an up watch on Intel, see if we get any more news on that front. Unfortunately, Tim, keep up with that.
I do have some bad news for you. You are not going
You're
to
such a
own it.
Men jeg lurer på hvorfor det er sell-off etter børs. Det kan være fordi de inflasjonstallene var ganske katastrofe. Men nå er jo Donald Trump the walking joke her. Jeg vet ikke om dere fikk med det, men han sa Intel var jo katastrofe i forrige uke, og sa at han var tilbakestående. Og så sa han i forgårs, etter at Intel var på besøk hos The White House, så sa han at han var en fantastisk person. Og i dag så sier de at de skal kjøpe aksjer i Intel. Så nå er det bare sånn her... Ok, han liker jo Nvidia. Skal han kjøpe aksjer i Nvidia også, eller? Skal han kjøpe aksjer på hele Nasdaq nå, eller? Da går det i hvert fall ikke ned. Altså, det her er så manipulering at det er dritvanskelig å trade på de greiene her. For han holder jo ikke kjeft, og så lyver de om tall, og nå skal de kjøpe aksjer. Det er greit, nå ramler det da, men allikevel det er sånn der, det går ikke an å forholde seg til en dritt. Først nå etter stenging så faller Nasdaq. Nå er det på day low nesten. Nå faller Nasdaq. Han skulle gjort det på de tallene som kom. Det var katastrofetall. De tallene som kom var katastrofetall. Kjappest voksende inflasjonstallene på 3 år. Altså, det er helt sinnssykt. Og så skal vi falle etter børs, og så skal Donald Trump stoppe dette med at han skal kjøpe aksjer i Intel. Dere skjønner ikke hva han ødelegger i hele markedet. Det er faen ikke rart Warren Buffett ikke har en jævla aksje nesten. Han bare kjøper gullgruver. Jeg tror ikke dere skjønner hvor mye dette her ødelegger. Han ødelegger jo hele finansmarkedet. Lyver om tall, endrer lover, sier han ikke er interessert i aksjer, det bryr han seg ikke noe om, og så skal de kjøpe aksjer. Og Bessent sier at han må kutte renta med 150 basispunkter. Så kommer det et feil tall i dag, så sier han at nei, det var ikke det han sa. Han sa det i går, det var derfor det gikk opp i går. Jeg blir skikkelig sliten av det. Jeg blir så dritlei. Og nå etter børs, da skal det tryne liksom. Det er veldig vanskelig å forholde seg til det greiene her, altså. Jeg tar gevinst på shortene mine. Det er det eneste som var bra i dag. Og nå svekker dollaren seg som faen her. Nå burde egentlig gull gå opp. Jeg vet ikke hvorfor den faller her. Kommer sikkert til å gå opp i løpet av natta i dag. Det gir null mening at gull faller her. Den faller sikkert fordi alt annet faller. Hatt mye tap i dag også, men det her er det jeg har tjent i dag. Dere har sikkert hørt at jeg drev og trykka og pukka og styrt. Det har jeg tjent i dag. Men jeg har tatt masse tap også. Ja, jeg er opp 10 000 nå, det er bra. Det er sånn derre Det som plager meg, da, ikke sant? Selv om jeg har tjent 10 lapper i dag, så plager det meg at man kan ikke trade som man vil gjøre, for man må hele tiden følge hva sier Trump, hva kommer nå, nå skal han prate, hva skjer nå, hva skjer nå? Aksjer er mye bedre. Ja, da har du iallfall god tid. Men trading er ekstremt vanskelig i NIO, og så er det vanskeligste perioden nå noensinne. Så jeg tjener penger på det, og jeg taper penger på det. Men jeg tjener netto, så er jeg pluss. Men jeg har perioder hvor jeg sitter bøttefeil. Det gjør det med aksjer også. Men det er veldig vanskelig nå å forholde seg til han Trump. Veldig vanskelig. Det er veldig vanskelig, ass. For det liksom Han er jo Jeg har ikke ord, jeg. Tenk dere hvis Powell hadde satt ned renta nå sist gang, som Trump ville. Tenk dere hva som hadde skjedd da. Tenk dere de tallene som kom i dag da. Det hadde vært mye verre, liksom. Det hadde vært mye verre. Ja, ja. Ny dag, nye muligheter i morgen. Siste uka nå så har gull gått rett opp på natta, og så faller det på morgenkvisten. Det faller i US Session, og så går det opp igjen på natta i Asia. Det har skjedd hver jævla natt nå. Så jeg skal følge med litt i natt selv. Jeg sovna i går, for jeg var så jævla sliten. Men jeg har fortsatt long gull, og gull ble anbefalt av stort sett alle meglerhus og alle institusjoner og alt sammen. Og nå har dollaren begynt å svekke seg igjen her. Så tipper jeg at gull vil gå riktig vei i løpet av natta. Jeg har liksom ikke mye å si på Nasdaq. Nasdaq blir bare styrt av Nvidia og Donald Trump, så er det liksom ikke så mye å gjøre der, egentlig. Ja, jeg skal tagge alle i kveld. Men selv om jeg har tjent penger i dag, så blir jeg ganske sånn påvirket, jeg blir veldig oppgitt når du får sånne meldinger som vi får nå, at Trump først så skjeller han ut Intel, og så sier han Intel er dritbra, og nå skal han kjøpe aksjer i Intel, så vet jeg at dette kan smitte over på Nvidia, det kan smitte over på AMD, det kan smitte over på Apple, det kan smitte over på Amazon, så Donald Trump faktisk har balletak på markedet, for markedet hører på han. De reagerer jo ikke på makro, de hører på han. Men jeg skjønner ikke hvem som hører på han. Det er det ikke jeg forstår. For alle nyhetene og alt hører jo ikke på han. Jeg vet ikke om det er algobotter eller hva det er for noe. Jeg vet ikke hva det er for noe. Det er helt merkelig. Tallene vinner til slutt, men det er jævla frustrerende, liksom. Merkelig, ass. Ikke sant, se her nå. Se der nå. Tror du ikke han har gitt beskjed til kompiser forrige uke at han skulle kjøpe Inter, eller? Ja, vi gir gass. Vi snakkes senere da. Ja, Nio. Det kan virke sånn. Kan virke sånn. Det har ingenting med finans å gjøre, i hvert fall. Det er finans vi lever av. I hvert fall jeg. Når jeg tipser dere om KOA og PGS, så er det fordi det ligger tall til grunns. Det er tall. Det er utsikter, det er makrotall, det er kontrakter. Så kan jeg fortelle deg, den aksjen skal antages opp, den aksjen skal antages opp, den aksjen skal antages opp, den aksjen skal antages ned. Og så tjener vi penger på det, ikke sant? Tjent penger på KOA, tjent penger på PGS, tjent penger på Golden Ocean, tjent penger på 2020 bullkurs, vi har tjent penger på TGS, vi har tjent penger på DNB, vi har tjent penger på egentlig alt. Nesten alt, unntatt den der Argeo. Ikke sant? Det er fordi jeg sitter og så følger med på hva som skjer i markedet. Og får med meg makrotall, og får med litt rykter, og får med ting og tang. Så det er forutsigbart. Så har det litt støy. Det betyr ingenting. Men det her er ikke støy. Dette er kaos, det vi ser nå. Det er jævlig irriterende, ass. Så ikke jeg klage mer. Jeg har tjent 10 000 i dag. Det er bedre enn lønna mi. Nå stikker jeg ut en tur. Ha det.